Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, having run through a little bit of a health crisis. I don't know if it's over yet, but I assume it is. Feels like last time, as soon as we researched and placed down the pollution monitoring stations, we were getting into a crisis. But maybe we are fine. Maybe the issue was just that I was fiddling around with the train network. In any case, we might have to reconsider relocating the heating plants if they get too close towards the town. And maybe we have an area up here that we can put them on. Would mean that we would have coal deliveries by passenger trains, by the passenger train railroad. But it might be a solution to remove the pollution issues from Hellas North. I'm not sure yet. It's not very close. I think the main issue is basically the pollution being generated by this waste dump. And yeah, I do have to rework the power lines today. Thank you for telling me, past us. So, if the pollution goes back, which it seems like it is, then we should probably be fine. This is only a minor issue with the heating plant here, which I won't relocate. Kurasna can deal with that, I believe. Hellas North, however, was quite significantly impacted. But I think even that one is retreating, so it was probably just me messing with the train lines. And we might be fine. What are we gonna do today? I actually don't know. We're gonna make sure that Valenciava's pollution is fine with its pollution. We did build it seemingly far away enough. The pollution does get into the commercial district with the university and the secret police. But otherwise it appears to be fine. So I don't think we need to make a change here. I think this area will probably be fine the way it is. I'm not sure. I mean, it seems okay. All the houses have good life expectancy, over 75. What more do they want? Our food production and distillery is running at very good efficiency. Although we could have a little bit more trucks running around exporting alcohol, it seems. We need to make sure if we have enough crops for producing at that speed. With our 2 farms running right now, I believe we do have enough. So I will still set up the 3rd farm, and maybe we can increase the export of alcohol a little bit to add to the current situation. I don't want to increase the export of food. Some food export is nice, but I would rather make sure that we have enough food for domestic consumption. I also am thinking about trying to set up a town that is only supplied with resources by container. I had an idea with that, because while we can't really make sure they unload all the containers correctly, we could just make sure that the containers arrive in a certain amount. So we could try and check it at the loading command rather than the unloading command to make sure that they always get the right order of containers. Setting up multiple container unloading stations seems to be overkill, so I would rather avoid that. We will give another Kawatal truck here to run more exports on the Valenciava alcohol container loading line. That will increase the throughput on the distillery. And we can, well, put more alcohol onto containers, which our train line is doing here. I'm wondering if I should have used these smaller rail cars, or if they need to have this buffer. I think that actually does, because from the graphics it looks like the area here is explicitly made for holding containers, so I don't know what this one is for. The area in between. Thought this was all for holding a container, but maybe not. We could, I guess, produce smaller containers to see what it looks like. Let's try the 10-sized ones and see how they stack into the train. Also, the train is a little bit longer, but that should be fine. I guess the idea is maybe to try and work our way towards the coal mine area still, but also towards the harbor area, because I would like to run container ships with export once a year or so. So we will be trying to build that up. We can build this road too, because we don't have to drive down it. But for continuing to build here, we will need this one, so we can leave the area. Those construction tasks are set up correctly. I think we'll build towards the mine as well. We don't need to set it up yet, but we can build towards it. And yeah, maybe we can set up the coal area today. I do need to set up the settlement for it first, though. Next to the coal mine, handling a technical service, maybe a repair station. That one isn't clear yet, and a fire station or two. Probably one fire station directly connected to it, and then the second fire station would be in walking distance of either the train station or the settlement itself. Let's check on the pollution in Hellas again. I also showed someone this picture of this area, and during that time I realized that I still had the checkboxes enabled here. So we will be disabling those because there's no pickup here in this area. That's one thing I saw. But to check the pollution, we need to go to the pollution monitoring station. And I mean, we are right at the edge of it. And it is winter, so I assume it will retract for the rest of the year. I think this is okay. I think this is fine. We'll still keep monitoring it. We might have to make an adjustment. As long as we don't put hazardous waste here anymore, we should hopefully be good. And don't let this overfill. That was a problem that caused a lot of chaos in our city. So I do believe our population will be on a path to recovery quite quickly. Having hazardous waste stay here is also affecting our incinerator village, Luhasisk. But we are going to relocate the heating plant, and I think after that the issues are hopefully going to be resolved. Heating plant is almost done. It's only one truck bringing coal here. And we will just tell it to move coal into the new heating plant. Let the old heating plant basically run its course until it has emptied out by itself. We will disable this heating plant until then and make a switch over at one point. We do need to run a test though, see if this actually works before we shut it off and wait for it. So right now workers can actually work here. I'm not sure if I want to wait until unloaded. I guess it is fine, yeah. Wait until unloaded. Capacity should be enough. Okay, just gotta wait for coal. Water, sewage are all being handled here. We could put the sewage onto the pipe here as well. We do not have running water. but that is not a problem. I'm not sure if this is placed too high up. We need to connect to a different connection. This is uphill, so we would need to connect to this one, and maybe leave the ability to have other things connected to it as well. To just prepare a sewage switch, just in case. Idea being, we connect this one, and then this one to the sewage discharge, and in case we need to hook up something else, we have this switch. Should be a good compromise. Yeah, I think shortening the train was a good idea. Was it? I think so. I believe... Yeah, if the waste is fully loaded... I mean, the incinerator should be spewing out more waste than just having the hazardous waste laying around, but both of them together are kinda dangerous. Let's wait until we get the first coal delivery and see if our heat exchanger actually can run to capacity. We are at 62%, so we do not have too many buildings in this area. We will be fine to heat all of them with one heat exchanger. At least that's what the game says. Let me do a quick check on my mic to see if I'm sounding weird. Test. No. Today seems absolutely fine. I can hear no crackling whatsoever. Good so far. Hello Mega Monkey. Yeah. Sounded completely fine and no crackling to me too. Not sure why. What happened yesterday. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Middle of the week. You too. Thank you. It's going okay. Okay, it looks like that they are filling this up more now, so we can actually fit 5 small containers instead of 4 medium-sized ones. So I guess we'll use the smallest containers to have more carrying capacity on our train. Even though the containers are slightly less efficient, I guess it'll look better. I hope we're not overdoing it with the alcohol, but we'll see. Bus end station. That one was supposed to be for our waste trucks. So after they unload, they come back here and go into the end station. And we'll add another waste truck to it, because right now we are not hauling enough waste away. Biological or otherwise mixed waste. Biological only has 1 truck, so 1 for that one extra might be enough. We'll see. General one and the biological one. Volunteer, general one, mixed waste, incineration, and, well, yeah, to the incinerator, and the biological waste should be good enough. Okay, let's check out our intersection in behind the coal mine area. We should probably start bringing our terraforming vehicles closer now that the roads are done. And maybe we can prepare the other side of the crossing. Not crossing the bridge. Well, it's crossing the gap, I guess. Maybe we can prepare that one with the terraforming vehicles closer and prepare a 3-way junction. So this road basically splits up into 2 other roads. The left one going to the harbor is probably going to be a main one. The one going right will probably turn into a settlement and hook up with a road coming this way from the bridge area. I think they might hook up and then go through the mountain. But then again, this road crossing over here is gonna go into this mountain and then come out here. Yeah, they're gonna hook up on this side. We'll have the bridge here, one road coming down this way. They both connect. I guess this road could just hook up into this in the future. It might be a good enough connection. We do have a nice area in here for, well, it's dark right now and you can not really see, but we have a lake with a nice open space. This looks like a farming area or a settlement. But if we do a settlement, we would need to purify our water to dump it into this lake. Raw sewage would cause too many problems there. Speaking of raw sewage, Hellas heating. I think the sewage is not the problem. I think it's mainly, if not all, just the heating. It does add to it, but I feel like we're fine. I will probably put the next research on the additional pollution reduction from chimneys. We are not running our heating plants at full capacity. We do have additional heating, so the town can still grow. But the more we grow it, the more pollution will of course go towards our town. Right now, no residential buildings affected, but one school is. And I don't know if that has any impact. We're down to 1% unemployment. I don't know if that had something to do with the checkboxes here, but this looks fairly okay. Do need more residences. Regarding this area, as I said, I think we will have a settlement over here. And ideally it would hopefully have a footpath access to this location, which should be doable, and a fire station that is on this road. So basically a footpath that goes here and then down to this fire station with two fire stations, one intended for the mine. Even if no worker is currently at the mine, the people living in this area would take care of that. If we have an interruption on the train line, etc., should be a good way to keep that covered. Terraforming vehicles are here. Now I haven't looked up any intersections at all. I do wonder if I should do it for this one. What we're doing is we have one road here curving around and we have this one hooking up into both. I don't think it's going to be any more difficult than a trumpet interchange anyway. But I might be wrong, so I guess we're going to try first and see what happens. So the end goal for this road here is to go along this mountain range, maybe come up here before the rocky area, maybe go around it. But we would have this area for a very large settlement and a harbor area in this location. Plus potentially more harbor here. It would be mainly a cargo harbor, but it could have a tourist or residential area next to it. Hello Diversum, welcome. The other road is supposed to go either down this ditch or go around it. Probably slope down. Wait a minute. Wait, are we really that close? Wow. I guess we have to stick up on the hill because the other road is supposed to go through the mountain and come out here. Then this road go down around this way. And yeah, connect to here. This should allow us to put a settlement here if we see a need for it. Also close to the water. I wonder if I should research uranium and get a nuclear power plant up. I would need to know if we have we have that resource and where it is. So the road would go around the mountain. And in comes the other road from this side, hooking up into both sides. That is the goal. I wonder if this road should cut through the mountain and we have just the entrance, the connection roads here. That would be kind of interesting. That way we could have a bridge go up, connect on the other side just by using the terrain here. Maybe we'll do that. It is rocky terrain here though. It's gonna be a little bit harder to flatten and make work. But we'll see if that is an option. Train waiting too long. I really want to use containers more. Containers kind of interest me. I want to set up a settlement that just runs on containers. So I guess we have another challenge coming up at some point, which is resource transportation focused on containers exclusively. Like you have to unload them and then transport them to their destination or transport them in from their source, but if you just want to shift them around, it would need to be done with containers. And the question is, can you make a storage solution that actually works and isn't just a ridiculous amount of container unloading stations requiring a lot of workers? But that is for another time. The rest of the road is up for debate. But it would come down this way and probably just drill through the mountain here. And we use this area to hook up the trumpet. Basically the same thing we did here. Except the bridge is a tunnel. And then we can move the other road above it and hook it up to one side or both sides. Probably just move it to one side. Over here we have a little bit of a rocky terrain slope, but we're underneath it, so we should be able to get past. Can't terraform any further. And then the tunnel comes here, cuts through this, comes out somewhere around here. Should be good. Now we get the road set up, so we have a nice curved tunnel. Meaning that our entrance road of the leftmost tunnel in this area will be about here. And the exit one is about here. And now if we connect those, we have a nice curved tunnel. If we put the appropriate corner to it. Like that. Then we can hook up more tunnel. And now we consider maybe moving it slightly to the left, because there is supposed to be a road coming down one side. I think we're going to hook it up on this side. So, This one would be easier. Let's do it on this side. We'll relocate these slightly off by 1. Like so. Hello Steffen. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your very profitable, exciting game with the hydroelectric dam that you built? Hope you had a good time for the rest of the game. Okay, good. Well, I don't know how to feel about that, but, well, shit game then. We are trying to make weird intersections. You've joined us in a time of creativity, I guess. Okay, this road is basically not set in stone. But we're gonna hook up this road as a bridge. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be a bridge, it can just be an upward slope here. Import yes, export no. No function. Okay. I wonder if there's an agreement that you have to make with neighboring countries to allow you to trade. If they added something in that way where you can only trade if you have an actual agreement with a neighboring country. But I don't know. That is just me guessing. So the corner for the road will only go to this side. This area doesn't matter. This is fine. We'll slope upwards here, turn to the right, and then just hook up into this side, where we will need to leave a little bit of room to actually hook up to. So our road will come down this way, connect to this side with one outgoing lane and one incoming lane. Doesn't matter, glad I didn't pay anything for the game. Well, you paid in time. It probably works, but it might be obfuscated somehow, so I don't know. As I said, I was just... Well, I don't know if I said it, but I was just giving tutorial advice based on what I saw. It kinda made me want to build a proper hydroelectric dam though, so at least it did something. I got so angry. And no, I didn't get angry. I just had to focus on work. That way. I think that's okay. It's a little bit bumpy, but it's a mountain road, so it's fine. At least I managed to establish, yes, a nearly 8K city with almost no traffic jam. Everyone is rich and happy, so I achieved everything. Okay, that sounds good. Rich, happy, paying taxes. What more do you need? Enjoy your lurk, thank you. Incoming, outgoing, and we'll also change this one to a single lane, so people can't stay around in this lane blocking the incoming traffic. Theoretically, in game terms it does not really apply, unfortunately. Not yet at least, but maybe in the future. This one is a little bit too slow. It needs to basically come down this way and then hook up again into the other direction. We'll use a dummy road to get that connection. It's maybe a little bit steep. I think this will do. We'll remove the road, flatten the terrain, and that will be our connection. And by flatten I mean smoothen. Just use the smoothing tool, remove some more road that you actually placed initially, give it a little bit of a wiggle, and check again. Now we have a little bit of a dent here. I think that's okay. So a little bit of a kink here, but those exist on roads, so it's fine. The dummy road is not going to hook up that way. Okay, no, that corner needs to change. That is too steep. That is okay. We basically need to connect this lane and this lane together into one road here. So we have our incoming lane, we have our outgoing lane coming from this side. And then they need to hook up together. So this comes from here, this goes this way, it's those two roads, and that's those two roads. And we make it a little bit prettier. Then we have our junction in this area. Double lane going this way, double lane coming in from here, and all of them hooking together. One lane from here can go this way or across to go this way. And all the other lanes can do the same. That should allow us to get all of the connections in that we need. Currently we only want to build that way, towards the harbor area. So this is the one that matters to us. We will queue up the bridge. It is not going to be constructed just yet, but it will be fairly soon. We have to get up all of this intersection first. Okay, and this road basically follows the mountainside, which we will be able to terraform as soon as we get our vehicles into this area. And for that we will need to finish the bridge. But at least we could set up the intersection and can build it to get the vehicles to about this place. I have to build from this side and I guess get the construction going over here. So that's ongoing. finished this road already. They're building the bridge to the mine. That means we can think about setting up the settlement over here, which will be nice because another research point to reduce pollution would be quite helpful. I will need our terraforming vehicles for that, so I guess I will relocate them back. They might be in range, we'll test it. I would like to know if they can get repairs right now. If I set this to 3 kilometers, they can. Then I'll leave this at 3 kilometers because they will be in range. And that also indicates that we do not probably need here a we won't need a repair station here. It might still be useful to have one, but well, it's not necessary in the beginning. It could be an afterthought. But yeah, let's see if our terraforming vehicles can actually reach to this area too. I would like to take off some of this hill and get the residential plus commercial area set up here. Hopefully outside of range of pollution of this. We will need a dedicated heating plant, which will be down here in this area, hooked up to the resource storage. Maybe it can be in walking distance, I don't know yet. It probably has to be. But yeah, we don't need a large settlement here. As I said, priorities are fire station for both areas, the mine and the coal refining, coal ore processing. Maybe a repair station and a technical office. So really it's just a settlement with a reduced task load, workload rather. And some of them, if we have excess workers, can be sent to the mine or the processing facilities, we'll see. Heating plant over here, definitely a heat exchanger. We will need a conveyor for that, it looks like. But otherwise I think this location is good. Conveyor, and oh yeah, and the brick factory. Can't forget about the brick factory. Let's plan that as well, which could be right next to the heating plant. So a brick factory in this area, which will, with the resource train in this area, probably hook up to the resource train too, for loading. The resources come in that way and the factory connection goes out to the right, so that seems neat. That should work out fairly well for us. As long as we can get the conveyor connection in. Let's make sure that works. Let's get the conveyor connection to the heating plant in first. And then we know. I would like to leave a little bit of room. Let's see, let's put one here. Yeah, that works fine. Okay. Road connection to this side, please. That works absolutely fine. Now, can we change it to the brick factory, or do we need another conveyor to hook this up? We need another conveyor. So we don't need to build it facing that way. If we have another conveyor, we could build it facing that way, but that doesn't work for us because we need the factory connection. We will have a footpath going down to the heating plant from our residential area. What if I build the heating plant on the other side too? So we only need one conveyor, probably. Can I get a single connection over the road with one conveyor? Yes. Yes, I can. That means the heating plant will go here then. We'll have our conveyor engine here. And then our brick factory to the conveyor. So it's going to be slightly closer to the residential zone, but it should still be far away enough. The pollution from the processing facilities and the heating plant might add together to become dangerous for this location. So if we build our residential zone as far away back as possible and maybe have a bus running, or just put the bus stop here, they fill up all the slots and then they send workers out closer. I think we might have a bus route towards this area. So I guess I should probably still consider at least a bus stop in case of an emergency. If we need to run something to this area. For unloading workers, I think that's the right decision. This one can reach everything. Yeah, just bus stop. And brick factory once again, but this time we have a connection ready. So we can build it in this area. If we make sure that the conveyor hooks up, one service road for both buildings, hooking them up to the asphalt road, should do the trick. And then leave enough room for an open storage so we can hook up the rail connection for the bricks. Which might need a small rail line parking space area-ish. Why do you not want to hook up? Or at least not show it. I guess this only shows when you build a conveyor engine, not when you build a factory. So presumably this would hook up. Yeah, this works fine. We'll have our road connection here. Fire station would be up here, and we have a fire station planned here. This fire station mainly for the coal mine, but also can assist with this. One fire engine each, I think. Get this connection in. No road possible here, at least not at that angle. Yeah, seems to be not possible. Oh, there was a little... yeah, okay, we can get through here if we need to. Shouldn't be necessary though, but you never know. This can be gravel, gravel, and gravel. Storage can be gravel too. That would be the first connection. We have another conveyor going out this way, so we can have a storage for bricks and a storage for coal in this area, because we also need to load coal onto trains. And then it's a little bit of a mountain here. But we would have a rail line come off of this, maybe on this elevation here. Somewhere in this area maybe. Have a junction here. I do need a little bit of a waiting platform in case there's multiple trains arriving trying to load coal and or bricks. Because that can definitely happen. We do have one coal train for each large settlement. But in general that would be at least the industry done. The heating. Heat exchanger a kilometer away no problem here. Can be anywhere up there. Distance to the heating plant is 500 meters up here. So yes, this could be in range of pollution. I just hope it won't. And we'll see. We do have research planned to maybe deal with that problem in the future. A footpath needs to go down this way, and one footpath will hook up into this fire station where they can walk past and then head down. Make those asphalt footpaths. I'll come down here and hopefully have access to both fire stations. We'll need a decent amount of workers, but we should be able to get enough residential buildings in place to deal with that. We'll need a bus stop, because I think we will have a bus route running for consistency's sake. I think this could end in a bus platform. We had a bus platform here that would have enough range to deal with a lot of buildings. Sewage of the settlement will go down towards Segadoara Chemicals to be refined, not refined, not recycled, purified, I don't know. We'll deal with the sewage. This road quickly get a little bit of a cleanup. Okay. Let's see. One small heat exchanger. If we're using a bus platform to carry people, and they get unloaded here and they can basically walk to both fire stations in reverse, then I guess we could leave a little bit more room and build towards this area instead. But we'll see what we have. We can make a change later. And also put down more small heat exchangers. At most, I think, one extra. Yeah, this should be nice and central here. Definitely just gravel. We'll need electricity, water and sewage, and then we need all of the other goodies that our villages usually need. We'll have a service road opposing our heat exchanger, which will hold electricity, water and sewage. Water will be delivered by truck because it's a very small settlement. I might have to start using water pipes to each settlement at some point, but right now I'm not feeling it. Sewage we can definitely hook up, and as soon as we have sewage hooked up, then bringing running water here is also not a problem. As long as we have a pressurized water pipe, just drawing a water pipe along our main road and then hooking into the settlement is probably not that difficult. But that does electricity, water, sewage and heating in one go. We will have to bring electricity here. We have a high voltage switch that we can move one line off. Or we could just bring one wire from the chemical plants area. My choice, I guess. I do believe we will need at least 2 wires. Well, we need more than that. We need one for this area, we need one for the coal mine, we need one for the settlement, and we might need an extra one for the loading itself. So one power transformer is probably fine. And a high voltage line going here is, I guess, the solution. There's nothing else planned in here. And a 5 megawatt wire should be sufficient. I'll take this one. Gentle upward slope. We are gonna go underground a little bit. We have to hook up here. Just make sure that we don't clip through the terrain. This could become a... Maybe I should follow the road instead. But I don't think there's going to be anything in this area other than this connection. I'll follow the road, just in case. Okay, that'll be our power line. Then, in case we want to terraform and build something, the power line won't be in the way, at the least. We'll set up our fire station first, if possible, and then run a bus route here with firefighters to make sure this area doesn't burn down. That will be the correct way to go, I think. And then we can start building everything up. Do I really want the road connection? I think so. I think that's probably an okay idea. Don't think I need it. But why not? Need a little bit of a smoothing out of that curve. And then this one. Okay. From here, they can also reach both fire stations, so trains bringing workers here can also help. But the train currently cannot bring workers to the brick factory, which is fine. The brick factory is supposed to be run by that settlement. That is its purpose. We can build the heating pipe. If we get access to a building, the buildings should wait until we have the fire station though. Except the bus stop, we can build that right away. And yeah, electricity wise we should be fine now. We will have a ×6 transformer with 5 megawatt. The last thing we need to worry about is the coal loading. Do I want the coal loading to happen from the same storage? I think so. Yeah. If we don't have coal, we shouldn't be making bricks anymore. Incoming train line, 4 parking spaces for coal loading. Electricity consumption potentially 3.5 megawatts. Don't mind if I do, I guess. Road connection out that way, please. Brick storage next to it. Simple connection. Rail line, single. To the brick factory. Is the coal loading station overkill? Probably. But at least that way I don't need any waiting spaces, I don't think. We might have to put down 2 substations to provide enough electricity, but we'll see. I don't think there will be 4 trains arriving at the same time to try and load. But you never know. This road connection probably has to go around here, so we'll flip this around and make it possible to have the road go that way. Okay, that sets up the road for 1 storage, for 2nd loading station, not within its own storage. We don't need that much coal stored here, it's going to be produced in large quantities. And I think we'll have it on the train line instead of being stored here. We'll move it to the location where it's supposed to be rather than storing it at the production facility. Is this one already run out? And this one's already full. Well, didn't think it would happen that quickly, but evidently it did. The heating seems to be working fine. Maintenance doesn't happen in a while, but yeah, seems to be okay. New heating plant is up and running. No, not the Valenciana demolition office, that one doesn't have an excavator. I want to use this one. This one has everything. Let's see how the pollution develops now. Should presumably be much better. We'll see what it looks like during winter. This should help keep the population around. We're back to our where we gained a research point. 2,400 people to go for the next one. Or a settlement, or both. I wouldn't mind either. Rail line wise, we'll hook up the rail lines later. They probably have to turn this way. I could put these storages at an angle. We'll just have an angled rail line here with a slightly steeper corner. It's an end station, no run-through station, so that will be fine, I think. Station length. We're going for 150 maximum. This one's 120. 150. So only after this corner can we start merging all of them together. Same for this one, slightly longer. Yep, that fits well. And then we have to get all train lines hooked up together. From each direction. We'll place a single rail line, something like that, and figure out the rest around this concept. I'm going to try something a little bit different. I did like the junction that we placed down at our lumber area, which had a wider junction. This one. It's maybe a little bit too wide, but I want to try and use something like that in a little bit of a narrower fashion. So the signals for the waiting trains would be in this area. And this would basically act as the way for the trains to pick their lane, their line. Okay, this is not quite right. We have a little bit of an extra bit here. So the corner doesn't happen exactly at the signal. Thinking something like that. Much tighter. Lots of extra track that is kinda unnecessary, but I kinda like it. And then this one has to hook over to the other lane here as well. And then we have our 5 waiting platforms with a junction. Kinda messy. But that's what it's supposed to look like. Okay, this is maybe a little bit overkill. But we'll be fine. Make it look like it serves a purpose, because it will. Okay, this is all one block. There's not going to be any more signals here. Hello Shariashu, welcome. To build this is all one-way track already. We will establish a crossover switch. And from here they should be able to build everything. Royal Construction Office is very close nearby, so I assume this will get built fairly quickly. Once we actually allow the construction of this, and we will do that now. This is not defined yet, but yeah, it's probably gonna head out this way. And then slope down and go towards our harbor area from this side. Somehow there's more place over here. And before all of that, we'll probably come down this way and actually hook up Kolata, which has been a long time coming. Too many criminals. 13 people, 12%. Who is the very bad criminal? 62%. 73%. Interesting. Is crime an issue? This year? No. It seems fine still. We only had a few unsolved cases. So I don't think it's an issue. Okay, pollution during non-winter time is retracted off of the residential area, so I guess we don't have to relocate our heating. It does need to be considered though if we decided to have more residential buildings. But maybe if we research the 15% extra in pollution reduction, we can grow our town hellers a little bit more if we want to. Right now we're trying to go across the map instead. This one and this one have high priority, and we'll get our firefighter personal vehicles on a route to supply workers to the fire station here. It's not that far from Segadawara. Segadawara was also doing fine pollution-wise, so definitely the potential to have more people live there. Nice Republic, comrade. Thank you. Appreciate it, comrade. Okay, our alcohol export might now be a little bit too much. Maybe just one truck is fine. I'll move. Okay, yeah, one truck at 100% is basically too much. We'll do one truck at 70%. Will trees block some of the pollution? Hello, Talon Grandmaster. I don't think so. At least my testing from a year ago didn't seem to indicate that there was anything relating to trees and blocking pollution. So, unless something has changed, I am not planting trees for pollution reduction. But yeah, our republic is growing. We have 1/4 of the map filled with various things, trying to spread out to the second quarter now, going towards the harbor area. Which is probably going to turn into another larger settlement, but mainly industry and export focus. So a harbor area with the ability to export containers rather than doing that by train. So the train would be rerouted to run to the harbor and then export its content. Yes, you get stuck. We will fix that. This should resolve it in both cases. This one is actually not necessary, I don't think. It might be. I should be able to leave either direction, just it was getting stuck on one side, I guess. But yeah, deliveries will be slowed down a little bit. How many people can be fitted on the whole map? 200k? No. We didn't build high density residential buildings. We tried to go with realistic road layout. You can build a lot more settlements. So this is... I'm basically playing on self-imposed restrictions where I'm challenging myself with different goals. In this case we're not running any distribution offices, which are really good for logistics. And I'm also restricting my research a bit. But yeah, the settlement basically required a lot of setup. That's why it's not that large. You can have larger settlements than that. And the map is really large. So if I don't know if you know how large the map is, but if I go corner to corner diagonally, that way. There we are, corner to corner. 20 times 20 kilometers. So you can build a lot on this map. If you do less farming and you import crops, then you can also put more settlements down in the farming areas, I guess. It will cost you a little bit. Okay, the trains are getting a little bit annoyed, I think. Let's see. Oh, this train has priority. Never mind, they're fine. Just had a resource train leaving, bringing coal here. We'll have to fix the signals once they get the junction in place, and then we can run our trains as per normal. For now, we have to babysit them a little bit, I think. Turn around and build this one. Thankfully, we have enough resource storages locally, where that one doesn't really matter. Gravel delivery here soon. There it is. Storage is full. But yeah, construction should not be a problem. As soon as we get out of the way of the other trains, we'll be fine. Just the initial bit of rail work that is on the main line is a little bit of a problem. But thankfully it doesn't affect our passenger trains because we made a railway tunnel to get out of their way. Waste incineration. Yeah, pollution is much more consistent and pretty good again. The sewage discharge does not register as a blip on the amount of pollution that the incinerator actually makes in comparison. How's the road construction over here? We have our bridge done. Downwards road. Building a little bit more. I'm a little bit worried that these are actually clipping. I thought I placed it in a way where that doesn't happen. Let's check it. Maybe I placed it too far onto the mountain now. Yep. We'll have the road go about here at most. That looks better. Construction train, another construction train. Once it builds past the signal, any train can move to a different area, unless of course they want to move into the same place, and I think many of them want to build these ones. So that's where the train currently is in the way of. But at least this one can build. The first one? I don't know. It'll be done soon, I promise. You can keep running soon. Just let them build right now. They're fine. They can figure things out. I don't know how many people can be achieved by players. I usually stopped earlier because the challenge of the money was gone, but I'm realizing that there's a lot more challenges to things than having too much money. There are some problems that money can't solve, like pollution issues or logistical issues that crop up. You can throw a lot at it, but it does need to be intelligent. This is looking dangerous. I need more waste trucks. Biological waste is filling up still. Mixed waste is also still filling up. We'll get one more each. Keep an eye on things. Valenciava, mixed waste towards the incinerator. And biological waste. It's not supposed to go to the incinerator. Why am I sending that to the incinerator? What the hell? I think I just named it wrong. No, I didn't. I'm actually sending the biological waste to the incinerator right now. The biological waste is supposed to go to Luhansk, where it will be turned into fertilizer, and not the incinerator. We do need fertilizer for our fields, otherwise stuff won't grow very effectively. Each settlement that I make kind of has a little bit of a theme and like different attempts to make things look differently. I really enjoy how the industrial area here came out with the train line coming in, turning around, and then being able to leave. No junctions. And then the bridge going down here, serving the buildings. And the attachment of the heating plant also doesn't look too bad, if I may say that. Pollution-wise, this area can't really grow much, because the factories do produce a decent amount, but once we have the research down for a little bit more pollution reduction, we should hopefully be fine. Okay, the truck carrying alcohol can be set to try and export 100%, please. Looks like our container train is moving somewhere. It's completely full. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 60 containers on the train right now. Decent amount. I do not like the look of those small containers for some reason. I like the medium-sized more. But hey, we're using our trains more efficiently, so maybe the other train cars would be better. So I guess the longest ones are not the best in our case. I do not know if they would hold exactly 2 large containers, but maybe we should give it a try. Maybe I should do that. How much waste types are you making each year, and how much waste fertilizer versus consumption is it? Is that info available? Year-wise, last year we produced 58 tons of metal scrap and 604 tons of fertilizer. Construction waste, I guess, we don't really generate unless we bulldoze something. Waste production is down here. Industry, those are our industrial waste production numbers. I need to check our trains right now. Give me a second. We'll look at what our citizens make. They should make way more biological waste. Well, way more is maybe an overstatement, but... Okay, what are the trains doing? Why are they complaining so much? Okay, I see why. We have this set up, basically, except one bit. You're trying to head home. If you build this one, we can fix our signals, and then we'll go back to checking what waste we actually produce. Okay, hopefully that'll resolve it. Other types of waste production. Citizens, last year, they made a bit of construction waste for some reason. Mostly biological waste, 870 tons, bunch of mixed waste. Some hazardous waste, probably from our hospitals. And I guess demolition is its own thing, so we didn't do a lot of demolition at that time. But we are making about 1,000 tons of biological waste and making 600 tons of fertilizer out of that. Consumption of that, we're consuming 500 tons of fertilizer. But we are not running one of our farms yet. So right now we are actually exporting some of the fertilizer, and the area for the farm might be running full on it. We're not using all of it anymore. Farms are fully stocked. Yep, we have an excess of fertilizer. It does get exported if it can't get unloaded. The train will try to unload as much as possible, and if it still has any left, it'll go to the customs house to sell the excess. Okay, I think the area has resolved itself. Construction trains are doing their thing. And we'll be getting to our industrial area soon. Now we're just waiting for the fire station to finish construction. And then the area should be safe and we can build up everything without having to worry too much. It's a little bit too wobbly. Let's redo that. Let's do that one again. That's better. Slightly too steep. Now it's all different construction tasks. I don't know if we can merge it. Only works all finished roads, so I guess they have to just build it. But in that case, we can help construction a little bit by assigning all of it at the same time. If you have several unload stations, will empty trains visit later stations or go to the next loading station? Do you mean the ones in parallel that I set up? Like these 4 lanes here for this? You basically define a route to go to a train station. If you have multiple train stations assigned in order, then they will try to visit them in order. If you have assigned multiple unload stations, they will unload, and if they are completely unloaded and the other commands are also for the same resource, I think they will skip the other ones. So if our fertilizer train has emptied out its complete content of fertilizer, it will not go to the customs house because it doesn't need to. Because it won't have any content to sell. But to make sure that a train picks the correct lane to go here, we will have to put a chain signal in this area. So the train will wait until at least one of the lanes is free and then drive into that one. We will fix the signals to be the correct type once all of the rail construction is done. Okay, guess we can prepare our firefighters soon. Those are the firefighters. They were running the Valenciava fire station before things got set up. And now they will be running not from Hellas but from Segadoara, our new area. And station wise, I guess they can come back through this. To refuel and line space. But yeah, once the construction is done, and we have a fire engine, we can just provide fire safety for everything locally. And we should be safe. Keep that open until we're ready. And yes, they can build other things in the meantime. That shouldn't be a problem. Most, if not everything, but a basic shopping opportunity in this area will be provided by Segadoara, so there will be a bus route from Segadoara to this area, I think. They will get a grocer, they will get an ability to do sport during non-winter time on a football playground or something. I don't think if they get a school or not. As I said, this is going to be a relatively small area, mostly for firefighters and all the keeping the technical office safe. Lots of progress towards coal area. Yeah, everything is planned. Everything is... We have our coal mine. We have our refining. And we have our loading station. We're under capacity of the refinement. We have about 500 something tons and this is good for 400. But we don't need that much coal. We don't need 200 tons of coal per day. And I don't intend to export coal. But we do need it for some domestic production processes. So it will be useful to have. This footpath needs to be hooked up to the road so it can actually be built. Hopefully we'll get a bus full of 50 workers here to finish the construction. 20 workers might do it. That's 50, that's fine. But yeah, just a small settlement, some houses, a grocer, a monument, some basic facilities. And just enough people to crew the fire stations, basically. And then a bus route with enough people going to and from Segadawara. Maybe we'll not make a bus route, maybe we'll make a personal vehicle route, so it looks like they're running into Segadawara with their own cars. Can't use this bus stop for that though. That'll look a little bit weird, so I guess I'll have to drive to the bus stop itself. That's okay. I kinda want to upgrade our personal car line that is bringing tourists from 40 cars to 200 cars. Just to make it look like we actually have a lot of passenger traffic going to and from the customs house. That would mean a lot of tourists basically on the road not being able to enter the hotels right now. But it might look cool. Fire truck. Second stop, letting the workers out. And off they go. And once we have a fire truck, they'll bring workers here. I don't know if 6 personal cars are going to be enough, but they should be. It's a somewhat short route. Should be shorter than Hellas to Valenciava, I believe. This is with the construction over here a little bit. Once all of those are done, we can build, I think we can build the rest after that and actually get the bridge hooked up. Could give some cars to your people to increase chance of traffic challenges, in quotation marks, the große Parkplatzoffensive. I don't want to make my existing no distribution office a challenge even more difficult by throwing a bunch of random cars that drive around and cause mayhem. I mean, the roads are probably up to capacity, but the inner city area here definitely isn't. Having personal cars going into the roundabout of Hellas would be a nightmare. This is already running very close to becoming a problem. I think we'll add a few extra cars to the tourist route, so this road looks really nice with lots of personal cars running around. This might look all uniform once they get replaced though, because I don't think they'll get a random color at that point. We might have to go towards car production, so we can produce our own cars with random color that then can act as replacement vehicles for this route. I think I'll add them. I think I'll do that. Personal cars are for imperial capitalists. True. But if we can give our citizens the illusion that they have personal cars, then they might become more happy and more productive. We'll try it. We'll give them an extra 40 cars, so they're up to 80. And it's not our citizens that get the personal cars, it's for the tourists. They get those. I think if I ever do another Kazakhstan run, where I try to give a lot of personal cars to my citizens, I would not go for car owners, but I would go for no buses again. But I can use personal cars on bus routes and try to make it look like my city, my whole area is run by a lot of personal cars. I think that would be a lot more efficient, especially since you could have 4 people per car instead of only 1 or maybe 2 in rare instances. We do need more hotels at some point. Tourism income is ridiculous. 30 million. Currently 300,000, but yeah. Old currency, 30 million basically. We're losing a lot of money in rubles. Well, not really. We're importing vehicles right now. That's the reason why we were negative the last 2 months. Let them get refueled and then we'll send them off to the line and get 20 more, I guess. Do you also get tourists from these? That would be helpful with the ruble balance. No, I don't currently. I don't really have a settlement hooked up to get tourists from the east. Only Kolata is right on the eastern border. Might need a new highway for that. Yeah. Get tourists from this customs house, basically the large one. By train, I guess. We could get eastern tourists by train. But right now the balance is not a problem. We would be 2.5 million rubles in profit if we didn't buy 4 million rubles worth of vehicles. Prices are getting a little bit crazy. And remember, 4 million would be 400 million in the old currency. It's crazy. So let's use something that I learned recently, which will make it easier to hook up all of these vehicles to the line and send them out. If you use this tool and you hold left control while clicking on the vehicles, they will get sent out as they get assigned. So I don't need to go into that menu anymore. Quality of life. So nice. We need to buy 20 more cars, and then we have 80. Rear construction is still impacting this area a little bit. Now that we've reached this area, the other construction train is waiting for the other construction train to get out of the way. But yes, they should figure that out by themselves. Let's import 5 more million rubles worth of vehicles. I don't know why the roof color changed. Must be the lighting. That would put our line up to 78 cars, almost doubling it. We also have personal cars running from Hellas to Sagadoara. But I guess that route is kind of obsolete, so since we have a train, I'll phase them out and put them onto... Actually, no, I'm not phasing them out. Some personal cars running between our cities will look nice. Maybe that would be a good challenge. If the distance is less than 2.5 kilometers, you can't use a bus route for it, but if the distance is longer than 2.5 kilometers, you can set up a bus route with personal cars. That might be the solution for the whole Kazakhstan traffic issues topic. It would still clog up your cities with way too many personal vehicles though. But I guess that's the point of the challenge. The trees look interesting. I don't know if they are okay here, but they shouldn't really help with pollution. Right now we're in September, so the pollution reduction should be the best, and we're still receiving pollution over here. Quite significant pollution, in fact. Is there anything being generated pollution-wise in this area? Other than our industries, I mean. Seems like there's a fair amount of pollution coming from this area. No train or no bus challenge, both of them at the same time? And no train challenge should be doable. What's generating the pollution here? This one? This one does not have a connection to waste. It's to a waste storage, so I guess we'll drop one in. No train challenge. I think trains are not necessary in most cases, but they make things quite reliable and convenient once you have them, but they do take a long time to set up. But maintenance-wise they don't need a lot compared to other vehicle types, and they can transport huge volumes of resources. But I guess it would be an interesting challenge for me to try and set up everything that we have right now without trains. Could be neat. Okay, we don't have fuel here, so we will also need a gas station in this area. For now I will drop in a free gas station before something burns down. Unnamed route. Segadora heating plant. Okay. That is a proper route. Do we have any other? I think all the other ones are named and proper routes. Train only. Train only would be interesting. But well, train only would actually work because there is a warehouse that does have a train connection, so you can go from the warehouse to whatever you want. You couldn't run a pub with that, so you would still need to transport it from the warehouse to the pub, I guess. I don't think we have any other unused oil tanker. So I'll just grab one. Chemical plants here. Load fuel. I need to name that one so I know it is actually the fuel loading one. And bring it to the gas station. Do not wait until unloaded. Let's put the fluid loading at the front. Fluid loading Segadora fuel. My naming conventions change whenever. we'll keep it like that for now. Rail construction over here went well. We've actually reached the train station, and we built this the switch. So this is actually able to hold trains already. Okay. Could run passengers here now, as soon as we get the train station built. And then, yeah, people could arrive here and help constructing things. A little bit. But let's make sure we have the fuel for our fire truck ready. If there was a fire right now, they couldn't do anything. We do have enough firefighters though, so that's good to see. And for this area, I guess we can plan a switch as well, because at some point we will have to keep building this way. So maybe we should build this already. Build up to this area. Get this one built. And then we'd be ready to continue construction towards this area from this one. We're already running one-way train lines, or one-way rails in front of it. Incinerator was on fire, but I heard that's supposed to be that way. We haven't set up the one-way roads yet. That path is a little bit wide, but yeah, that's how it's set up. Could have another road connection here, I guess. That might not be the worst idea. So from this side, coming in this way, or this way. But if you're coming in from this side, you could enter this area with another road. That would be a weird connection. The best way might be going this way. I mean, right now we don't need it. We don't have that much traffic coming in. Looks like the first bit of fuel got unloaded already. And our fire truck is now refueled and ready to go. Still building in this block, blocking any other train trying to build here, so rail traffic will be slowed down a little bit. This kind of connection works well, just as you had it, yeah. But right now we don't have the traffic for it, and I don't want to build it right now. It would speed up the fuel truck a little bit, but as I said, I don't like having too many junctions on the main road. I already have quite a lot of them. Well, we could put an exit here and an incoming lane here. Around this way. Alright, alright, alright. So if people want to leave this area back here, they can. Coming in, going out. I guess. With fire safety in place, I guess all construction tasks can be assigned. And we'll bring assistance from Hellas to build things. All of our main construction vehicles next to Hellas can now become active. I'm still waiting for a construction train. It's almost past the signal. Probably allowing the next train to enter once it gets past. No guarantee though. Did it cancel the construction? No, it's still going. I guess another construction train moved. Yeah. Another one snuck in front. Yes, yes. You're just food and meat, it's fine. No problem. We have plenty of that. The pollution here is concerning, just for the fact that it is actually going over a few residential buildings, and I don't know why. Why is the pollution curving over this area so much? What am I forgetting? I mean, I built waste storages here, but they shouldn't cause any pollution. I guess maybe they're getting a little bit too full. The water well is in the red zone. 82%. True. That is a lot of waste. The water we're making is still not 99% quality. Maybe it's the waste storages. Yeah, but they're containers, they shouldn't really make pollution. But it seems like in this area they actually do that. If we go over to Hellas, where I have a similar setup. I do have a pollution monitoring station built here. There's some, but it's not causing pollution. Maybe they're empty enough to not cause it. Pollution still gets here from the heating plants, so this is still in range. Traffic jam for... okay, sure, vehicle repairs, makes sense. During harvest season, why not? Only one station because of the fuel truck. But it doesn't look like it is the waste storages. I'm not 100% sure why though. Maybe if they fill up that much, they start generating pollution. That would be counter to how they normally work though. Could just be the industries, but why is there a little bit of a stripe going exactly to that residential building? This waste storage isn't overfilled. I mean, no waste storage in this area is overfilled. The waste handling seems to be fine. Just a weird stripe of pollution. Relocate them? I should probably relocate them if they have a potential to create problems like that. I wanted them to be on the exit lane before the highway. I didn't want to build them on the highway. Empty them faster. I was working on that by adding a lot more trucks to it. I think they're slowly emptying them out now. We have 4 mixed waste trucks. I'll add 2 more. At least regarding to biological waste, it seems to be enough now. And hazardous waste is not really a concern. Valenciava. Valenciava mixed waste where? All lines, please. Valenciava. I don't know. Valenciava mixed waste incinerator. Still sorted by vehicle number. Was it? Yes, you're right. Thank you. Makes sense. So we now have 50% more vehicles on that route. Let's see if the pollution actually will go down. Would be weird, but maybe they have a function where if they get overfilled they also cause pollution. And there's a certain amount that counts as being overfilled, even if it still shows green. It seems like it's happening around here. Okay, so we have the end station as one point and this area is the other. Red. So this line. 280 meters, halfway would be 140. So about here. And this one is weird. Why is the pollution all the way up here? We have this one, and well, we don't know how far down here, basically. But it doesn't look like it's basically these ones. It looks like the center of the pollution is coming from somewhere in this area. And I don't know why. Or is the water purification plant making that much pollution because it's having to clear up so heavily polluted water? That would be weird. It doesn't say it makes any pollution, does it? No, just makes mixed waste. I don't know what's causing it. Can't tell. We'll see if we lower the amount of resources in here, if it resolves it or not. Different color scheme, please. Okay, looks like we have too many trucks on this now. I'll move one back into storage for now. Alright, what's the problem? I mean, at some point food's gonna run out if I don't care about this. Should just be this area, right? There's one train waiting here. There's one train building here. So both of them should be able to leave now. Just takes a while. The downside of wide junctions, I guess. But the food train went through, so all food supplies, food stocks should have been refilled. And indeed they have. The train is waiting to unload right now. I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on this. I mean, I don't want to relocate these because they should not create problems unless something is wrong with them in this area. I don't know what. This building itself seems to make more pollution for some reason. I don't know why this one is so heavily affected. Maybe it's noise pollution, maybe it's the train line and the tunnel and the gas station right next to it. That shouldn't be the case, but who knows. More construction, please. Any construction. We do have to plan out this area soon. And I think it's just going to be a bus stop. Probably a bus platform. Unless the road is going to go through here too and hook up into the main road. I mean, the main road was supposed to consider coming along this way as well. Haven't planned a junction yet. Maybe the main road is just going to come through this way. This is going to be a dead end or rural road back into the main road. I don't know yet. We'll plan for a normal bus stop. Have the road, give the road the option to run, to continue its way basically. And then a grocer basically, and a bunch of residential buildings with a kindergarten. And maybe things that we will add to it. Technical service is going to be necessary for its own water supply. Sewage will probably get connected at some point, but not in the beginning. We'd have to dig a sewage pipe all the way over here. We'll do that later. But yeah, just a simple grocer. And a pub. Grocer and pub, I think, are the one and only things that these people need. Don't require any other sustenance. Okay. We'll drop those in once the road construction is done, because right now I would basically lock myself out. I couldn't continue building it. Oh, and a clinic. We also need a clinic. Can't forget about that. Is religion need fulfillment necessary? Religion need is an obscure thing in this game. You can't fulfill religious need directly, unless you play on a map with pre-built cathedrals or churches. But you can, the other thing, visit church or place of spirituality. You can fulfill the need for religion or spirituality by building attraction buildings. You can build an indoor pool, a museum, you can build a zoo, you can build a Ferris wheel, etc. Those things can all get them distracted from the requirement to get their religion need met. And that's how you can lower the religious demand. It is not necessary to fulfill. Most needs aren't, but if they don't get their need met, I think it's... I'm not 100% sure on this. This is just hearsay and what it feels like. They try to fulfill a need. If they can't fulfill a need, then they will try to drink instead. And if they can't drink, then they'll complain about it. I think they'll still complain even if they chose to drink. So if they don't get their need fulfilled, they become unhappy, and as they become unhappy, they might consider crime, they might leave, they might do things that you don't want them to do. They might become unproductive. So it's in your best interest to try and get a diverse number of factors going that satisfies the citizens' needs. But sometimes you can't. Religion is one thing, for example. You have to set up an alternative for them. This is crazy pollution. I think we might have an issue with the route itself. I think we are unloading... Yeah, we are unloading. Without setting how to unload. So in theory, they should be able to just dump it into the storage. Because it's not set to unload a specific type. And I guess this train is waiting for some hazardous waste to arrive. But yeah, we're unloading the waste here. I guess the road trip is longer than expected. If that worked in real life, it would be nice. Distracting people with entertainment to get them off of their issues? Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? If only someone made a video game simulating that. That would be neat. Valenciava, mixed waste, let's put another truck on it. I mean, it is an industrial area, so waste disposal is kind of important. There is some metal scrap, plastics waste in it that could be recycled out, but it's mainly everything except the metal scrap could be incinerated away, down to ash. Once this road is done, we can hook up the footpath and build it from this side as well. And once that road is done, we can continue our planning. I mean, I can put the other facilities in place, like kindergarten. I don't think we'll have a school. I think this is just going to be a bare bones village. No, actually it's not. It's going to run the brick factory. Can't forget about that. Have a good night, Talon Grandmaster. Thank you for watching. We do need to be in walking distance of the brick factory. That won't be a problem. Even the bus stop is in range. I mean, it doesn't have to be in walking distance. We're basically running a bus road down here. But yeah, we have a brick factory. We're not going to export bricks, I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't think we're going to export bricks. I think people are going to come here, pick up bricks to fill up the stockpiles of the construction offices. Or I have a train distributing bricks throughout our republic. One or the other. The easiest is probably going to swap over our existing routes to pick up bricks here instead of the customs house. Same as we did for the lumber, the boards. But yeah, we will have to have a few workers in this area. It's not going to be a small settlement per se. That might mean that we will have a school locally, because I don't want to carry too many people to a school. Just a small school would do. University education they can get at the medical university. I don't intend to set up a small university here, so a bus route bringing educated workers to this area and taking people out of here that want to study, that'll be a thing. Maybe the repair trucks over here should be larger sizes too. Yep, they are getting old and in need of repairs. We're gonna replace those vehicles. Get 2 large trucks here that can handle vehicle repairs and send the other ones out to have them removed. We can run this area with workers from Segadoara to start out with. I mean, yes, we'll basically have people dropped here by train. That's the point, right? The main workforce for this area is supposed to come from either Segadoara or Hellas through Segadoara. So Segadoara will have to grow to provide enough workers for that purpose. We'll unload 50% workers in the chemical plant area, bring the rest to the coal mine, and then go back and stop in Segadoara Chemicals again and unload the rest if we still have workers on the train. We'll probably have to expand our rail network with more trains at that point. But we'll do that later. Right now, what we need to do is electrify this train line. Not that one. Problem with that will be that the train might get stuck electrifying the tracks because I already placed down the signals. But we'll see. Waste storages, water, sewage, electricity will all come in due time. That is not a concern. We have a technical office in our chemical plants area that doesn't really handle water or sewage right now. But we can give it the task for the time being until we have one set up locally. We do have extra sewage trucks inside Segadoara. I might have to purchase a water truck because we used all of them. Or did I move them out? I might have moved them out. Nope, there they are. You can grab water from here, and sewage goes here. Actually, sewage goes here. It's closer. Can unload directly into the sewage treatment plant. I guess we won't have to wait for our other settlement then. The amount of firefighters here is sufficient. Then I guess we will just set up water, sewage, electricity, and we'll be able to run this. After everything has been built, of course. And we still need a train station for the waste that is being generated in this area, which is the point of having a dedicated technical office for it. This will make as much waste as our iron mine. The train station for the waste will also be about over here. So the waste from this area and the mine, and I guess the town, can be stored here. Maybe about here, slightly further away from the settlement. It would generate more pollution, I guess. Could hook it up to our own existing train lines and have it over here. I think that's the best choice. Waste storage. Trains won't be longer than that. And a storage for hazardous waste. Okay. Main roads have an array of traffic signs. That should increase road speed, but not during winter. They're gonna be too slow anyway. I think we'll be producing our own coal soon. I should also consider the fact that we need more workers in Segadoaha to actually produce everything. We'll be switching to a different type of residential building. I mean, these ones are pretty good. Lots of shoppers here. Wow. This one's also pretty filled already. I think I only have one grocer here. Shopping. There's the supermarket and the grocer. I think I'll put down another grocer over here to offload some of the stress. Or we would have to take down the footpath a little bit, but I guess that's not a problem. Will we be able to get the footpath back? I don't think so. We'll upgrade this one. And this one might just end here. We do have sidewalks, so this footpath is not strictly necessary. This one probably has to stay. I think this footpath going along this side is going to be used in the future. But yeah, we'll get another grocer in, since it seems like shopping is a little bit strained right now, in some cases. Heating capacity seems to be more than enough. Our heat exchanger is at 85%, so probably have to set up another one. But that won't be a problem because we already have a double heating pipe set up. Actually, no, we don't. We are prepared to have a double heating pipe in case we run a second heating plant. Ugh, I don't like that. Do not like that. We are... what height here? 70 meters. So I want it to be... what? How deep are we? 2 clicks. 3 clicks. Current depth 7 meters. So I want to be at 63 meters. Okay, maybe not that deep, but get a little bit of a gentler slope through this mountain, please. Not the sharp curve that you had before. Like that one, that looks ridiculous. Not possible. I guess we can just use an above ground pipe to fix that. Give it a little bit of an aesthetic variety. I would say that that looks okay. But then again, I didn't really want to hook up 2 heating plants yet. I'll have to watch the number of workers, I guess. We'll be producing a little bit less chemicals. What's going on with the trains? Can go through. Build the junction. Oh, you wanted to turn around. Right. And that is fine. Coal mine will take a lot of workers. We will still need electricity over here. I'll put the soup somewhere else. We'll have one electric connection in this area, and then one for the storages, I think. For the storages and the loading stations for the trains. And if the trains have some issues with loading, then we'll add another one. But hopefully that won't happen. should cover everything. Hello Project 7, welcome. I think I need an above ground wire, but maybe not. How's it going? I will use underground and build another substation if I need one. Well, trains will have to wait. Project. This is the pollution I'm talking about. These are my heating plants. They're not running at capacity, as you can see by the smoke. But I wanted some added redundancy. And here's my town. It slowly developed of this. And right now the pollution is not as bad anymore, which is good. I think the pollution didn't came from the heating plants, but from a waste storage. So it's actually fine. Those should all be trains stuck because of rail construction. Thought we could avoid that, but apparently not. Epidemic, fewer tourists. Oh, I need to check out how the road is looking. Because I put like almost double as many cars on it now. That looks nice. Could be even more. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you how much money I'm making from the tourists too, but there's a decent amount of personal cars running now. It's way too many, but it looks nice. Here's the tourists. Single heating plant can support more or less 10k people, and you have 4. Well, it wasn't able to. This developed out of necessity because these houses were not running well. The heating did not distribute correctly to through our heat pumping stations. We have about 20,000 people here, and they're connected over each other. So we have one heating plant, second heating plant, one heating plant, second heating plant. And this isn't even used yet. This is our main connection. First heat pumping station, second heat pumping station, heat distribution. And it wasn't, only one heating plant wasn't enough, so I hooked up a second one, because it was so far. But now it's running fine. We have 70 cubic meters of heat, or 70 degrees Celsius of heat, and the houses are kept well throughout winter at lowest temperatures. But yes, I shouldn't have a problem getting more houses down, I guess. You might be right on that. Regarding the money I'm making, you do have to remember that we already had the division of by 100, so we currently have 3.3 billion US dollars. And we're getting crazy amounts of money by personal cars arriving at this bus stop. We get a car with tourists that might be coming here at some point. Maybe. Where are they all? There they are. There's a That's the police car. Found the police car, bringing tourists. They already dropped off. They gave us 17 US dollars, which equals about 1,700 US dollars normally, for the trip from this customs house to this bus stop. So, I don't know why they're giving us that much money. Let's see. This one. If we can get offloaded, then he will give us money, right? Yep, 17 US dollars. Equals about 1,700 from this trip to here. Don't ask me why. And then when they get to the hotel, they will give us 226 in total. After refueling, I guess. Yes, we need more cars, totally. I agree. Ideally, I would like to have the demand for that many tourists before I start putting hundreds of cars onto this road, but it would be looking cool if I had that many tourists come in by personal vehicle and all the roads would be filled. I wish I could set up a construction queue of a lot of different vehicles so they would all have different speeds and acceleration, but I guess we don't have that. But yeah, short route to our tourist area and we're up to, well, a lot of cars. Okay, this might be a bit slow, I might have to upgrade the platform here, but I guess it does do some sort of line spacing, but actually it's pretty horrible. This is a traffic jam material now. We're up to 309 from 17, so they paid us more this time. Don't know why. We need a traffic optimized stop now. So either we get a bus platform, I guess, for unloading vehicles quickly in parallel. It has to be in this area though. Can we unload them somewhere else temporarily? This would be the nearby bus stop, but that's not in walking distance. I wonder if I could force them to go into the metro and give us more money just by being carried around. Because right now they're just being carried around. They only get here to the hotels, and sometimes they don't even get dropped off because we have too many. Right now they all do. Tourists are not forced to go anywhere. Maybe this will even itself out with the line spacing. Maybe it's still fine. But yeah, if I wanted more, then I guess I would have to set up a bus platform with parallel unloading slots. But they make so much money for us, it's ridiculous. You remember our wood exports? Well, we're making 2 times that with tourism. 3 times that for this month. It's crazy. Current prices of wood all time. It says 6.7, so the price did go down a little bit. US dollars, it's going down again. Ruble is just going crazy, but yeah. Seems like the golden days of wood are over. 6 would equal about 600 per ton in old price. Everything has been divided by 100, so we're only getting 600. It's less than 1,000 now, again. But yeah, tourism seems to be crazy. I don't know if there's any other thing that goes crazy right now. Oil is decent, 200 per ton, US dollars. Not, I mean, ruble is what it is. We're not trading in rubles. Hazardous waste, 37,000. How can your people survive with so bad wood prices? Well, we export what we must. We just continue exporting, so Moscow has made a lot of profit. It would be cool if train stations and vehicles would have like a ticker, but instead of showing you the distance traveled, they showed you how much money, how high the prices were that they hauled for the resources, but that would be so much stuff to track. But yeah, we don't have that much money here anymore. This train is only hauling 500,000 in planks. It's nothing. We're bringing the wood over here because our other initial lumber mill area got overloaded. So this train is bringing it here and then bringing it to the customs house. And all the construction trains bringing materials, pick the wood up from the boards up from that storage. But yeah, my heating system is not just about capacity, it's also about redundancy. If one of the heating plant catches fire, which shouldn't be that dangerous because we have a well-supplied fire station here and here, then it should get extinguished pretty quickly. We have a lot of workers that just sit in fire stations all day long. But yeah, they tried to survive. They had to use 23 karat gold cutlery instead of 24 karat gold. But they're making deal with what they have, I guess. Wood prices are at an all-time low. And we're struggling. But we can make it. Wood will rise again at some point, hopefully. Waste storage over here for both of these facilities, plus the fire station. And then we need a waste storage for this setup, I believe. And since I don't want the road running through here, we can just hook it up here. And that will be enough. The small heating plant is ready. We'll need some coal delivered. It's not going to be a long distance. One truck should be sufficient. Coal. I guess no, we don't. Well, to begin with, we might need it. We'll wait until unloaded. At some point we'll have the coal production here. We should have that before we have the settlement, but I'll still bring coal here just to have it. So we can preheat things, in case people start moving in or something. The rail construction should be almost done, right? Oh wait, is the train stuck now? They haven't started electrifying this yet. I think they can get it done in 2 tasks per lane, but they will get stuck, I think. There's a lot of trains waiting here. I think there's also a passenger train waiting here for some reason. Let's see. There's a train waiting here. I'm going to send that back home. Yes, there is a passenger train here for some reason. Maybe it got repairs or something. 0% were. Seems likely. Okay, construction trains are moving through. Hopefully the other trains can now run again. Are you gonna stream today, Project? I'll be streaming for, I think, another hour, maybe. Maybe you're already streaming, I don't know. There weren't any other Twitch streamers today, but oh man. There's a 1.3k streamer right now. Interesting. Someone is... well, I don't know. Sounds good. I'm eating, okay. How many people do we have in Segadoara? 2.7k. one heating plant. So adding another heating plant would be crazy. But it says we have 2.7k and the heat exchanger is already at 85%. And I don't want to spend more than 3 heat exchangers, so I guess that's close to 10k-ish. Most of the workers and resource people are playing City Skylines 2. Or Skylines Cities 2, as you wrote it. Like Vertigo, yeah. Yeah, I've already written that in Discord as well. They're doing their activities in Western countries with capitalist means. It's not really correct. They're all playing Counter-Strike 2? They're crazy. That one also recently released, I think. I really like setting up chemical plants now, because all I need is I need pipes for water and oil. I need aggregate conveyor for gravel, and then a truck for crops and a truck for wood. And then you get chemicals out of it. And they say we are the spies. Yeah, totally. They're so... It's crazy. Absolutely crazy how much we have to deal with. You just open a nature preserve and then they just go crazy. Trying to walk all over frogs for some reason. That one's not ready yet. Valenciava ambulances have not arrived. I mean, I did think one clinic would be enough, but I guess I will have to get a second one, especially if the pollution is that crazy. I don't know if anything changed during winter, and why this is supposedly generating that much pollution. At least the waste is going down again. Let's take a look. Okay, the pollution has actually retreated from the residential area. So maybe they do actually generate pollution if they run too full. That is interesting. A little bit earlier the pollution was going all the way up to this building, covering it and creating life expectancy of lower than 60. But now that we are emptying out these storages, the pollution actually went down quite a bit. Of course they do produce pollution. They shouldn't. They should not. Because waste does not deteriorate inside container storages. Why should they generate pollution? I've always used them inside my cities, and they seem clean, mostly. But I think if they run more than more full than 50%, they seem to actually start producing pollution. I mean, it's good to know. Smell and stuff like that. Smell is not pollution. If smell is pollution, then a lot of people are garbage. Oh yeah, and my cluster of fields. I hope you like it. It's a mess. Trying to follow the terrain and stuff. That took a long time. It's very hard to see right now, but maybe we'll see it when they actually start sowing. But yeah, I guess one argument could be made for the smell, and it still rots if you have biological waste and stuff. But yeah, I've used them in towns to collect the waste, so the technical office just has to drop them in there and doesn't have to leave the town. And then one line goes out of town and picks them up and dumps them in the appropriate storage facility or directly into an incinerator. We've been running this for quite a while, but I guess at some point it ran full and then we ran into problems. And it seems like that this has been confirmed by how Valenciava was running with its issue right now. Now that the pollution down here is actually back to acceptable levels, these storages don't seem to make much extra pollution. The main problem is still our factories plus the heating plant, which are a little bit close to the settlement. Now I look a bit, otherwise I will never finish my food. Yeah, just enjoy your food. Don't worry. Maybe it's actually them creating pollution. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, faster to load. Doesn't say anything about pollution. They also don't talk about pollution. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point they're too full. Okay, this is fine. You will hold only bricks, please. I mean, I have the same things planned here. One storage for mixed waste and one storage for hazardous waste, because hazardous waste in a dump generates a ton of pollution, but if it's in a container storage, it doesn't, it seems. How's the bridge construction? Seems pretty good. I think it's so annoying that sometimes these bugs happen, but I'm not going to rebuild all of these. Get that in place, start these ones, and then after that you can build the bridge. And then we need to get our vehicles over here so we can actually finish the outgoing lane towards our harbor area. Running along the hillside, probably on top here. Potentially another settlement, and then the harbor area. Industry and container loading are the main goals. Not sure what industry. I don't really have a plan for one. But the container loading is on the agenda, so we don't export by train anymore. We export containers by ship once a year also, depending on how much we actually bring there. I should put our container production back to the medium-sized containers, but I guess the small ones are fine. No ships going this way, definitely. I guess we will have a problem with power lines. We would just have to cross the river with underground power lines. Have a switch here, 2 underground power lines, have another switch. Should get all the electricity across that we need. Still have to think about building an oil power plant. I did research it, but I didn't build it yet. Kolata might deserve some love after all of our coal area has been set up. We might go over to Kolata and plan an upgrade. Facility-wise, so they get better houses. Rail connection, so they can get materials from the west as well, and we're going completely independent of the ruble. No more import of materials with ruble, just vehicle purchases. And then run the oil power plant with the extra workers that we get if we upgrade the buildings. Water and sewage. One for all, I guess. All for one and one for all. Yep. Really? That's too narrow? Okay, sure. This fire station will probably be covered by the water and sewage off of this. Yeah, it's actually covered. So we don't have to worry about that. Man, this is slightly annoying. We'll switch water and sewage around. Sewage has to flow down this way. In any case, water will follow the road and just be pressurized into this from the other side. Eventually. This will need a lot of drinking water. There's a lot of workers here potentially. Yep. Our construction vehicle got stuck. Electrifying the train tracks did get relatively far, but I guess we need 2 or 3 more construction tasks each lane to finish all of it. You are going to hold coal, and you are going to hold coal ore. Missing resources steel. Each of these buildings takes about 300 tons of steel, so it's to be expected that our construction materials run a little bit dry, since we're not building that much usually. Do I want the sewage to go along the footpath or the road? Doesn't really matter. Road, I guess, if it lets us. It was green for a very short moment, but now it's not anymore. And we'll build it like that. We're full on coal for the heating plant. Brick factory is ready, just needs coal. Priorities for this are heating plant first. This one, high priority. Then the loading station for domestic consumption, and last but not least our brick factory, which does have a decent internal storage for coal. It's about two and a half days worth of internal storage. So if we have a little bit of a fluctuation with coal supply, with trains taking too much coal out of the storage, that shouldn't be a problem. I guess the settlement needs a name. Duseni. That means we have our coal mine also named. Let's do another quick check at the personal vehicles bringing in tourists towards Hellas North. Don't see any traffic jam. There's a group of vehicles that will produce a small one, but not too bad. Some of them are going to refuel. Yeah, they do arrive in a cluster. I guess I'll upgrade them to a bus platform. I'll do a left-hand turn into the platform and then right-hand turn to get out of it. We'll switch over the bus line for our personal cars to this unloading station, and that should increase the speed at which they get unloaded. But yeah, I also kind of want to test what happens if I just drop them into a metro and carry them around more, so let's give it a quick try, I guess. We'll follow the adventures of some of our people. 17. Did you unload them? No. Didn't have enough room right now. Next one. Wait, shouldn't you have unloaded them? Oh, I did the workers. Sorry. Tourists, please. Yep, that gave us a bunch of money. And we're gonna follow the trip of them. I'm gonna deactivate that again, but we'll follow the tourists and see if they give us a bunch of money riding around our metro for a bit. I don't know why it's teleporting back and forth. Okay, I think something seems glitchy with them. Weird. Alright, pick up the tourists, please. Okay, suddenly they're at the hotel again. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, they figured their way to the hotel, I guess. Never mind. Alright, time to clean up this area. Electrification went pretty well. But they are getting in each other's way a bit. Now they have to electrify the rail line all the way back. And then we have to babysit them a little bit. I might build another power connection for the train line here. Just a single or two power lines would probably be good. We'll see. Running two parallel rail networks. It's kind of interesting. We have our passenger line now and we have our industrial traffic, so they don't get in each other's way except for our original settlements where everything is on one line. But even there we basically made a quad track to have them on the outside. The passenger traffic, that is. Road connection. There it is. We'll be able to pretty much instantly switch all of our coal pickup to this area. And I don't think I'll set it to go to the customs house because that would be a lot of extra traffic. I think for the citizen goods it still makes sense. For coal we will have enough early warnings to tell us that coal is actually missing, to make an adjustment if necessary. I also have to consider building gas stations in this area. Maybe over here. 2 gas stations. The next ones are... well, there's one of them in here, but it's not really mainly for the highway. We have 2 gas stations on the highway here. Yeah, I guess that would be a neat enough place. Go back. You electrified these, didn't you? Yeah. And you're done too, so you also go back. Maybe the other one was waiting for this one to leave. I don't know. I don't know if we should have a conveyor bringing coal to the power plant. I don't mind the rail line, I guess. It's gonna be a bit extra storage, and we don't have to spend that much steel on building the conveyor, plus no more power poles, no more electric substations to get them in place. I think that will be fine. The way it is right now. Coal mine being built. 3,000 work days left for digging or tunneling. And then we're ready. Train platform is also almost done, and then we can bring workers here. They can work everything but the brick factory right now. And the heating plant, I guess. They can work the coal processing, but pretty much. They can also reach the bus stop. So theoretically I could tell them to all unload into the bus stop and then walk to everywhere from this area, which I guess I'll do. If workers get unloaded here, they'll all go to the bus stop first. And probably the fire station too, because I don't want them waiting around in case there's a fire. This is just going to be hazardous waste again. It seems like the issues we had were just because of waste transportation shenanigans. The pollution in this area is probably still present. Did I... oh, there it is. It's not that dangerous. So yeah, once this one was running full, it was generating a lot of pollution. And down here we just have the heating plant itself. It's only going over the kindergarten, so it'll be fine. Alright. Glad to see that most of the pollution issues have resolved themselves. And we actually have some extra workers for ourselves. We do have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. For that we are building up to Seni. And of course for our own purpose of actually making sure this area stays up and running. We will set up a technical office. And I don't know yet if we need a repair station. I don't think so, but we'll wait and see. Our current repair station for train repairs, that I can also do some vehicles, does easily have access to everything over here. So I guess we're not gonna get a dedicated repair station, at least not right now. Footpath is gonna come through here, residential area. Going slightly diagonal through this, I think. I don't know if it can get past the shopping center, it can. And then we'd have our urban area. can reach the fire station, as it should. So if we balance the amount of workers here, the extra workers can go to the fire station. Either be picked up by the bus or walk to the fire station directly if they don't get picked up. Let's get our shopping center, well, our grocer connected. Let's get our pub connected. Let's get our clinic connected, because I do like having clinics in settlements. It's gonna be too narrow. We can have a pedestrian crossing here. That's not a problem. Oh yeah, asphalt road is fine. I think there might be stuff behind here. And then we need to plan houses for all of them. I probably have to tell them to electrify the track. They might be outside of range of auto assigning. But maybe they were just busy with other things. Also, why are we still not electrified? We did start building off of electrified track, did we not? Or did I forget one little section? I forgot a little section because this is all electrified. This one, however, isn't. This one. We'll set that up momentarily. And then we'll run our passenger train up to here so it can start working either on the construction side of our mine or in our industries. Electricity will be provided shortly. Water and sewage will be brought here to the substations momentarily. Right now they are going directly to the buildings, but that will change. The waste itself will have to be picked up by the new technical service that we're building. There's going to be a lot of construction waste here, some biological waste. I don't know what the brick factory makes, but I assume it's also construction waste. Shouldn't really, because it doesn't use any stone or equivalent, it just uses coal, but who knows. It could make anything. (1,800 people away from another research point, but the settlement will happen first. I don't think the settlement is going to push us over to a second research point. How's our container loading looking in Valenciana? Pretty uneventful, I guess. Just loading a train slowly. I am considering in the future, if I ever decide to try and only run distribution with containers, the fact that you can have a train station here with a warehouse, industry, and then both of these industry buildings need to go directly into a container loading facility. And then you have them available as containers and you move them where you want to. Would require some precision line creation, I guess, where you tell load 4 containers of that, 2 containers of alcohol, 4 containers of food, and then bring that to the city and wait until unloaded. For the food containers. I don't know if you can set specific wagons for containers, if you also can do the advanced setup here. No, you cannot. It's just containers. So I guess you would need to wait until unloaded for food, and then if you still have alcohol stored in other containers, you might have to export them before you go grab more. But that might be a way to set up a route like that with containers. You need a sort of disposal for the containers, which could be export. But it would be nice if they were abiding by the limits for the loading, for the unloading station, and just unloading as much as they can and not stopping. Okay, let's upgrade the last tracks. This one first. I think the train is heading there now. It is. And once the train is past this block, we can set that one to be upgraded too, and they can electrify the whole track. And then we can move our passenger train out. And we should be producing coal, unless I forgot something. I mean, bearing of course that everything that we have planned will be built. The technical office will be necessary to keep it running for us to basically remove the waste. Now we don't have to transport the waste very far from here anymore. We do not need to bring it to the technical service area. We can just drop it off here in these buildings basically. Hazardous waste can go here and mixed waste can go here. And that will also make it good for our Segadoara area, where these vehicles don't have to drive all the way to Hellas anymore for the train station. They have their own now, which will be much closer, and we won't need as many vehicles anymore. But we need to change that around once we have the train station up and running. For that we will need a few extra waste cars. We already have 4 of them. I should probably move them over to not forget about them. We do have 4 waste cars in here. We'll grab our shunting train and bring them over. And then we need 2 more cars and we can hook up a waste train. Perfect. Pollution does not hit us, at least not right now. Oh yeah, this area down here, pretty bad. Forgot to electrify the other line. I don't need the rail construction office, they will auto-assign themselves. Okay, we'll edit our route. here. Workers from Sagadawara train platform going to chemicals will now also go to the next stop. First of all, only 50% get unloaded. Then anyone gets unloaded here. And then if you still have people, you can try unloading at chemicals again. If we have fewer than 50% people in the train, then I guess what I should do is unload 100% as a transfer stop and load 50% back in. But I'm not going to do that. We're just going to increase the amount of people on the train, I think. New residential building got built. We should hook up our new grocer. Take the load off of our shopping center area a little bit. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. Appreciate the thought, but I wanted a road connection that way, thank you. Let's flip it around so the footpaths can actually be connected to this. That way. And then yeah, this footpath, now that we upgraded this one, will just come through here, I guess. And we'll probably remove this one to get rid of the pedestrian crossing that isn't necessary in this area. But we'll do that after the new one has been built, otherwise the people can't get through here anymore. That wouldn't be ideal. Maybe I'll get a helicopter here too. Not sure yet. Health is better, but we still have 365 people affected by pollution. 20 of them are starving, supposedly. I think that's just people stuck inside the metro. Global pandemic, reducing health, sure. And happiness-wise, the main thing is crime, but I mean, whenever we check, we don't have any crime sprees. This year, no crime, uninvestigated, no verdicts missed. Last year, same thing. 2 people, basically. 2 crimes were not caught. Maybe that's a concern, but I don't know. Construction train in the way. Let's get out of the way, please. You are supposed to go here, please. And now that this route has a different setup, these are going to become one-way tracks, like the rest of them. The mine is ready to accept workers. Doesn't have electricity yet. Drinking water is also not available just yet. I didn't buy a water truck. How did we get water to the other one then? I don't know. I guess we'll grab one. I did make the assignments, but I did forget to buy a water truck. But one of the buildings, the ore purification, did get water from somewhere. So there's water delivery at least towards this area, but the mine might not get it right now. I don't think any workers will make it to that area because of lack of workers. The trains will basically arrive with too few workers and then not take any with them. We will unload, instead of 50%, we will unload 20%. To maybe have a hope of bringing some of them over. Tiny amount. But yeah, we need more workers inside Segadoara to run those facilities. And for that we need a shopping center. Well, a grocer in this case. This one is pretty busy already. This one is doing okay. More grocers will help. And once we have the new grocer, we can plot down more housing. Paying attention to how much our heat exchanger is being used. We have 34 more cubic meters, and then we have too much. I would like to set up the other heating plant, just because I like cross-connecting my heating pumps, but it isn't really necessary. But I like doing it. So we're gonna do it. Get that heating plant built, please. They're gonna share the load, that's all. And there will be a footpath to shorten the walking distance a little bit from the entrance here. Coal supply is already hooked up. Water and sewage are hooked up. I mean, not to the pipe, because we didn't plan that, who would? Should have really put a sewage switch here, shouldn't I? I mean, we can temporarily deactivate the handling of the chemical plants. We do have a lot of chemicals stored up. 240 tons for domestic consumption. I think we'll do that. We'll make... well, actually... no, we can't. I would need to separate one of these. And the other option is just running the sewage downhill into the chemical plants area and have it purified first. I think that would be the better option. So we don't put a split in between our sewage pumps. Okay, the waste has been removed. We'll move one truck back into storage. We'll let the other keep running for now. You can actually handle biological waste, please. Valenciava, biological waste towards the incinerator, please. What's the pollution looking like now? Much better. Okay, now our residential area is completely unaffected again. So I guess it does have an effect. It's good to know. I didn't think so. I thought containers were completely immune to pollution. Because of them not turning it into... like, the waste doesn't dissipate, so I thought, okay, if it doesn't dissipate, it doesn't generate pollution. But if you have a certain amount, it still does. I guess we're exporting too much alcohol. Hmm. 100% is a little bit too much. Let's go back down to 80%. Domestic consumption is just going to keep going up, I guess. At some point we can't export any at all, I guess, until we get another factory set up. A dedicated factory for that purpose would be neat. I guess maybe we could make a container loading facility for the crops, and then we transport the crops in containers into the harbor area, and we unload them and turn them into food and alcohol there. It would be kind of ridiculous. Well, we had our first crime report in the coal mine. That reminds me that we do need a police station, which is also the point of this area, at least a little bit. I don't think we have another facility that requires a road connection that we need here, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, a museum or something at some point maybe, but yeah, that could come later. I guess we'll just hook it up to the road that goes through here and don't do anything fancy. The road design is still open, but we can build these. We need a sports facility for the people living in this area. We need to set up the waste storages for those people. Electricity would be nice. I mean, if smell is a concern with waste storage, then I guess these storages would also theoretically generate pollution, because they are not airtight. I will not get a fire truck here unless we can make sure that we have a decent amount of workers going to this area. And it looks like that is actually the case. We're now bringing a decent number of workers here. So let's get another fire truck. We're going to reduce our chemical production a little bit by instead firing up the coal production. Oh right, I need the connection between these storages and the mine. Yes. Yes, we need that. I did forget one thing, but thankfully it wasn't a dangerous thing. We can set that up by using an existing infrastructure. Okay, maybe this is going to be a bit tricky because I already built a footpath in its way. But not that problematic. I guess we'll set this one up first and see if we can get over the rail line. without having to make a change. Yep, will be possible. And we'll have electricity and everything ready. So we just need to separate the footpath temporarily, get the road connection in, and we're good. That should auto-assign it itself. Oh, it's 3.3 kilometers. Never mind, it's too far. Then we will manually assign it. And this one we can just hook up here. Okay, so that's what we're missing. No coal ore yet. But almost. And then the coal ore will go into the storage for the processing facility connection. At least one of them right now. And then the output connection brings it into another storage after we hook up the road for that. And from that storage we can distribute it to our facilities. This one is for mixed waste. I will set up the train that is supposed to run the waste already. So we can switch over our existing waste disposal. Oh right, power redistribution. Oh, I even said it in the beginning and I forgot it again. Let's do it right now. We need to take off this power line, and basically all of them. Just take all of them out. Shouldn't affect anything except our iron mine. And I guess the loading of waste that is dumped here, but the train just left, so it's hopefully fine. Right, I moved the train over to load the train cars. Bring it back. Then we have to purchase 2 more, which we can do with our small train in Molnar Customs. Cargo wagons, total capacity, EAS waste is what we're looking for. Okay. Engaged rail track. Oh, well, the small train picking up vehicles is on your train line, I know, it's fine. We'll have some traffic jam warnings for the iron trains, but we should have enough space for them to wait here to not cause any traffic issues. So we'll assemble a new waste train. I'll buy another train, I guess. Gray. Yes, they are waiting too long. And in the meantime we can tell our equipment, our technical officers, to bring the mixed waste here and the hazardous waste here. And then the town distribution for these routes will do the same. Not going to the dump with the claw machine anymore, but bringing it here. And the same thing for the hazardous waste. Biological waste is handled differently, they drive directly over, I guess. Cool. Yep. Road travel directly to Luhasisk. Lyoslav over there, where our composting plant is. And we're turning it into fertilizer for our farms. We just put onto a train down here with a cable way station, carrying some fertilizer every now and then. That one has a lot of capacity. Don't think I'll ever need a second one of that. 1,500 people away from another research point. And of course, Duceni, the next settlement, will also provide one. Yeah, now we have a lot of trucks. I don't know why we are empty on waste now. I have no idea. Maybe it piled up and we just had to take time to get it all removed or something. Go to the end station, that's closer. We can have one extra truck waiting here. Like this one. But yeah, the warning messages when those storages run full are going to be a godsend, especially for no distribution offices runs. If we have a distribution offices, those issues are probably not relevant. But maybe, no, actually they are, because you might oversupply the amount of vehicles and then at some point it will still fall over and have too much waste, and then you don't get notified. What supports the theory that the trash might be the reason for the pollution problem? Well, the pollution problem is gone, so it does support it. But low amounts of waste do not generate any visible pollution. So I do believe that it does, but not at like a certain amount of resources stored. But yes, the pollution went down significantly in this area. And our industries and heating plant are still running full capacity. We are storing hazardous waste here next to mixed waste, next to Klibriosk, and they're doing fine. They don't have any health issues. What's the name of the alcohol? Tasty Browser? No, it doesn't have a name. I didn't go around doing names after Aldi does. That's the only thing I named. My facilities do not have names, unfortunately. Oh, you're out of meat, actually. That's not the one. Wait, are we using more meat in Hellas now? Is this one running out? No, not really. Wood workers' tears since the wood price crumbled. What about... Okay. What about... Okay. We gotta stay family friendly. I don't know. I didn't want to rename the building, I wanted to have it transparent. Lumber Delight. Okay, I need to put the name of the city in front of it. There we go. Food. Tree cake. I kinda want to put our farms into the spotlight with this. The farm is named Tabovina. Tabovina tree cakes. There we go. Sounds good. Good suggestions, good suggestions. Train stuck. Yep, that's our iron ore trains, that's fine. We're not causing any issues. We are waiting for... Wait, we might be causing issues because our train with the waste wagons didn't know where to go. Yes, that's super naming there. Please leave the area, thank you. I do need to rework the power lines here. Thankfully it won't be that difficult. I will run the highest underground wires to the loading platform and the mine, and then a above ground wire with the highest voltage to the rest. Let's see, come down here, come down one, go here, okay. That looks relatively smooth, that's fine. And once this one has been completely demolished and removed, we'll have an above ground wire here. From our many power connections that we have. Where do we actually hook up to? That one. And that is fine. We also need to rebuild this road now that we hooked this up. Here. You will visit Sunflower Valley now? Have fun everybody. Yeah, take care. I'll be sending you some people fairly soon, I think. Unless someone else is streaming. Who gives me more money? Have a good day. Enjoy your stream. We'll get that set up and then build the power line. We'll start from like here-ish. Those are very small power poles. And then that one goes into the switch. And that should do the power line rework. So we can remove that. Good thing I wrote it down, otherwise I would have forgotten about it until the end again. We did get distracted. But I did see it a second time and I remembered to actually trigger it, so that's nice. Let's see how far our conveyors are being built. Not that far yet. Footpath got removed, which is nice. That means we should be able to hook up the road connection for this conveyor. Get that built, and we'll hook up the footpath after. Our construction offices can pick up gravel locally if they want to, so... No, actually they can't. This doesn't really have a loading station for it. This is just for rail construction. It's fine. The other one is next door in Klibriosk. It's only a kilometer away. They can pick that up. No problem. Our waste train probably has arrived by now, and we can set it up to pick up the mixed waste and hazardous waste. We'll have to load the hazardous waste first and then drop the mixed waste on top of it. Like with the other rail line from Hellas, basically. Hallo Bördiger. Danke für den Raid. Wie war dein Tag? Hello everyone. I assume you weren't... Ich denke mal, du hast kein Workers and Resources gespielt. Hab so ein Gefühl. Aber es ist nur so ein Gefühl. Let's see. Du hast es Incinerator, Haul Train. Klipiosk. Load, waypoint. Oh, the waypoint, I guess. We can do the waypoint. This one. And then it should be the same thing, but what's this one? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Incinerator shunting. Probably a better name. Currently can't reach the coal mine because we took off the line for it. To be expected. Let's get everything else built as fast as possible. And we should be able to finish everything with the running and hooking up of our train lines for our own coal production. As I said, we might be running a little bit low on chemicals if we keep it too long without enough workers, but we should be able to get that fixed. We just need more workers, and I already have the plan for that. As I said, with the grocer over here, that shouldn't really be a problem. Okay, why is the technical... wait. I guess no, that's fine, they're not full yet. So they can't... they are not actually intended yet for removal. Waste handling in this area is fine. How's our bridge construction going? This one all seems to be going fairly well. We'll send more trucks to the actual bridge construction, so we can get across and place our new free road depot to get our road set up. I don't think this is in range of our repair station anymore, but I might be wrong. It is still in range, okay, so they can get repairs locally. But that's the last bit of distance that we have. Don't think we brought any people here right now. I might have to assign more people to go to the train station, not just the bus stop. No, we need more trains, that's the reason. We actually need more trains. We are running GT1 locomotives for that, not the... well, we're the same locomotive. We have to pull in... the line spacing right now is 360, would be the next number, so we need 6 trains. That means we need 3 more. 3 more GT1 locomotives. And 6 more passenger cars. Although we could probably split up our passenger cars and spread out our workers a little bit. I do like the double passenger cars though. So hard to see the color. This one I guess. And the passenger cars are only available at the eastern border. We have the 125 passenger ones. Get 6 of those. and start bringing them back in. You go to the Eastern Customs House, you go to Barislav, the Western Customs House, and bring the trains here. Even though the other way might be better. Power line rework. Yeah, we're almost done. Just a few workers. And some more electronic components. And it'll all be set up. Hellas looks great. I don't see any electric flickering anymore. The bus platform might have also been built. So let's set up our tourists to go to the bus platform now. There we go. Then when we know everything is running well, we can remove the other platform, the other bus stop, and maybe put a nice footpath here. But we'll wait. Almost done with the road, and then we can build the last conveyor, engine, and 2 conveyors to get everything in place. Still no workers here. I guess we might be unloading them all at chemicals. Shouldn't be. There we go. And our footpath once more. And yeah, when this is running, this should supply enough coal for our nation, I think. Electricity and heating production will all be domestic, so we'll completely eliminate all needs for coal import. Except for Kolata, because Kolata is hooked up to the Eastern Customs House and doesn't have a rail connection. But that would be the next target. Rail connection, road connection to Kolata from a more viable area. Storage area for materials by Western import and our own production facilities. And then running and setting up an oil power plant, I think. Here's our farming area, with the fields being harvested. Doesn't look too bad. But yeah, we have capacity for 1 extra farm. It is already set up. The vehicles are standing around, wearing out. But I didn't want to set up the fields right now, or like the few past streams, because it's kind of a chore. And we had some other tasks that were more interesting, so we're doing those instead. Speaking of interesting tasks, I do need to get the trains assembled and moved over. All the passenger train cars are still being brought here. We'll move the electric locomotives over already to the correct depot. Then we'll have to pick up the wagons after. Maybe I can set you up to help picking up wagons. I guess the small train will probably get it done before you get back. But it does run really slowly, so I don't know. I don't even know where it is. Is it still running? Yes, it is. 1 passenger car. We're gonna get a larger train. Not a larger, but a faster train. Because this is painful. You are gonna go here, load anything that can be loaded and attached to a train, and move it to the depot. And we have to do that a few times. Colata has been here exporting oil. I think the oil profits are probably good again. I don't know. Like, we're only exporting oil to the east, and yeah, I guess we're spending a lot of money on purchasing vehicles right now. So 17 million. But at least oil is making some profit again, which is nice. Not as much as chemicals. Was a good idea to export chemicals to the east instead. So why are we not getting enough workers? Luhasa's incinerator stopped working. It's 25 degrees outside. It's fine. Okay. One thing we need to change, if it is still set up like that, is do not load workers here. But I don't think I have it set up. I just have it set up to bring workers here, right? And this train line isn't even named. Hellas to Segadoara Intercity Express. We load uneducated workers, but not educated workers, so that's fine. If there's uneducated workers showing up in this area, and the school is overloaded or something, which shouldn't really happen, we bring them to Hellas and move the problem back further. There should be a school here. The school is here. No problem. Not even a third of the capacity. But yeah, just in case. When we increase the throughput of our train line to the chemicals plant and the mine area, then we'll see, hopefully, some workers show up. That's our iron train, which currently can't run because of lack of electricity. It's not loading yet. Wire hasn't been built, but it is in the ground, and 50 workers are coming here to build that. So our iron route will be running again pretty soon. Go pick up more. In the meantime, we will bring our other train back that was carrying the electric trains. I don't know if we can... I don't think we can move all of the wagons in one go. But we do have 2 trains, so it'll be fine. And instead of Barislav, you are going up here. Also picking up some train cars, please. That would be 4, and then we need to click it once more to get the last 2. We'd have our 6 passenger cars. Can assemble our electric trains, bringing workers here. And hopefully our power lines won't get overloaded. When they all accelerate at the same time. We're at about 5 megawatt limit, so it's getting close. I do have one power line that I can hook up with more wires, and I don't know if I already did that. It's basically the electric train running up here. Looks like I did. This one has about 10 megawatt capacity, so I guess we're fine. I would like to run coal production. We are going to see if we produce our first own coal, but I will not set up the lines for that yet. I will switch over the lines next stream to our own production. And then we will also set up the rest of our Tuseni village and get the brick production going. Not much time left here. Why? I guess all the passengers get unloaded at the chemical plant area. That must be the reason. Increase in food selling capacity is also needed. We will have at least one, if not two, more large shopping centers in this area. And by large I mean like this size, not the ultra large size. This area will only have housing, I think. They will have to travel into town to get what they need, except food and shopping, but like education, entertainment, etc. And then this way, luxury area. 1 to maybe 2 more shopping centers, bunch of grocers, lots of people. Maybe we can fill up enough citizens here to actually use the capacity that the school can provide. We just need to put down more housing, get it built, but I would like to make sure that we don't run into issues with our shopping centers right now. I did want to have 2 rows of buildings here too, so maybe I can start on flattening this in preparation for the houses. I think we can already queue up the houses, that shouldn't be a problem. So we'll just have more and more people on the train route. We don't need a lot of space here. Just enough for 1 extra row. And yes, this is going to be relatively high density. Because I think these ones were a little bit loose. I think they need to be a little bit more organized. Heating capacity wise, we're looking at... we're at 30-ish spare. These ones take 10. So we can at most build 3 of them until we get our second heating plant up. And the heating plant is just in preparation for having a lot more residential buildings in the area. It's not necessary now. Let's build 2 more, build the waste storage for it, and yeah, have those hooked up. In the meantime, we'll prepare our heating plant, our second one, for some redundancy. And a new shopping center, which should notify me once the construction finishes, so I can hook it up to some supplies. Conveyor for the mine finishing up, but right now we don't have the workers anymore. In theory, we could also move the police station down here. Because this village, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine over here. Both would be possible. Oh, there's some workers. Nice. Fortunately, the conveyor isn't up yet, but it will be soon. It's too distant because that one hasn't been built yet. Unfortunate. But yeah, maybe we do need those connections too. It's not just the conveyor. A few workers are making it. I guess we could unload 25% in the chemical plant, then 50% at the mine, and then the rest at the chemical plant again. But I think the mine will need a lot more workers than the chemical plant area right now. Do we have any issues? Pollution is gone, that's nice. Relocation, crime. Crime is the main thing, and some people can't enjoy culture. Low government loyalty. It's probably a village that's dying. We'll have to search for that at some point. Right, what's your problem? Just a busy customs house, that's all. Since the iron trains are running again. Which is good. Now these ones are working again, and we have enough electricity to not have a power shortage. 2 more passenger cars, please. And then we'll move them over. And yes, we will need 2 trains, maybe even 3. But I think 2 will be enough. So we'll increase the amount of trains running to the mine. That might overfill the chemical plant area, but I believe in general it will send a lot more workers to this place. And if we're quick, we will have the mine hooked up when we do that. And that's how we are going to finish it. I don't think there's anything else in this area, just coal and bricks. I mean, it's 2 resources, what more can you need? Prefab panels, for example, and cement. That's probably something for the future. Can remove those dirt roads, they're not necessary anymore. This one is. And then this one needs to change its direction. And this one will leave, because it will also matter once we continue building this way. Maybe a settlement over here will make sense. Could get supplies by ship, I don't know. Asphalt shouldn't take that long. Just 2 more workers. And we're done. Let's see if our train cars have arrived. They have. And yes, we can make 2 trains to move them over. Segadora heating plant depot, which should be... oh, it's the chemicals, sorry. This one. We'll move both of you over, assemble our trains, and send them out. I don't know if we have the right color scheme, but I think we do. It's hard to see at night. It's green with the yellow stripe. Should be the right one. That will provide more workers and more consistency for the railroad. And I think it's the right choice. Unfinished footpath. Cool. All done. That means we can have workers going into the mine again. And I guess we have people in the mine. Making coal ore. And making coal for us. Unless something else is wrong. But no. We are making our own coal. Everything going into the brick factory right now. That also means that once you are done unloading the rest of your coal, you can go back into the vehicle storage. I guess that I should remove some empty routes. Lumber assist. Wait, did I change the lumber route at some point? I must have changed the lumber route. Maybe that's why the price is dropping, because I don't have a proper name anymore. Lumber. Oh no, that's a very old route. That was from when we were cutting down trees inside our town. The transfer is gone, chemical plant firefighters is gone. Rail construction office in Segadoara, material recycling, yeah, that one didn't work. Valenciava coal heating is gone too. And the clothing export I'll just leave, but probably also obsolete. Construction finished of our shopping center. We do need a dedicated route for that, I think. Let's see. The inner city one for meat can definitely bring meat here too, because we already have a grocer. Bring it to the prison first, then this grocer, and then go all the way over here, bringing meat to that one. And then we have an inner city route for the food too. Same thing. Prison, grocer, and last grocer. That'll provide food and meat. I'll reduce the number of sellers to 10, so in case something goes wrong and we have a crisis, I have extra capacity that I can enable, hopefully dealing with any problems that happen. Unless, of course, if we have a food shortage, then that won't help at all. Okay, let's assemble our trains. First one. Molnar Customs, Train Depot, nope. Segadoa Workers Chemicals. Send you out. No, wait. You had all the other train cars on you. No, you didn't. Where are they? Wait, where are the other electric trains? I'm confused. You picked them up. You bastard. What are you doing? Hellas University load, train, and station, train platform. Why are you running with electric trains? What the hell? Okay. I don't know what you're doing. Hellas University. How did you pick up the electric trains? Why are you running with electric trains? I don't get it. You're a single train. I'm confused. Do we have a crossing somewhere? I think I removed them all. Something got messed up big time right now. I don't know how this red electric train picked up the other train cars. It seems like they teleported from the depot. I have no idea why that happened. But yeah, I guess after your escapades going towards Hellas, please go back to this depot so we can assemble the other trains. So we have 4 trains on this one now, that is correct. And the electric trains have like 5 now? Yes. I guess. Interesting. Hopefully that won't happen again. So I guess we'll make that train route more robust. We do have our first own coal production. Basically waiting on more workers to arrive. 3 workers are not going to cut it that well. And then next time when we increase our residential capacity inside Segadoara, they can go work in those facilities. For that one we are working on our heating plant, which will finish by that time too. And then we can set up all of these houses. Heat exchanger here. It's currently at 91. I guess we will only build 2 of the 6 houses. And we do have to plan another heat exchanger. Start or end building closer. What? I think something's... Wait, did I misclick? Maybe I misclicked. We don't want food going to the indoor pool. No, that's... Maybe I misclicked. Yeah, I probably misclicked. Go here. Unload food. There we go. Didn't do that for meat, just for food. That should get it fixed. We'll have to set up another heat exchanger. We'll probably have more town over here a little bit. The existing heat exchanger can't reach it. So we'll drop one close to this area. Maybe as the road end piece for this. Could be nice, but I did want to have more urban development over here too, so I think this one will be placed in this area. And then we can have some housing on this side. And it would pretty much be at the range of the heating plants. Which means that at 500 meters I guess it would be too close. Maybe this is a bad idea. I'll put it up here instead. And a heating pipe. Let's make sure this flattens properly, even with the heating pipe in place. Very good. Just so we can build more houses there. They can go up the hill. It doesn't need to be all flattened, but I wanted to make sure if I wanted to flatten it a little bit. Now we have food here too, so the houses in this area can get their own food. We might have to send out a second truck for it though. Seems like this is not running enough capacity of food throughout our town. So I'll supply another truck for it. One more covered hull truck please. And that is Segadoara Food Inner City. There you go. It's nice when everything comes together with the correct naming. Wait a minute. Wait. Right. The electric train going towards Hellas. It should be able to go to the depot, right? Yeah, everything has been electrified. I just thought, wait, can it even go to the depot? But yes. It should be able to go here. Okay. Let's assemble. Why do we have 2 extra wagons now? I did get 6 of them, and this is for... Oh, right, because the other train also needs 2. This one got, like, messed up. Hellas Segaduara Intercity Express, you can go back on that. Don't pull any of the electric trains out of this, thank you. And these ones are supposed to go to the chemical plant / mine. Route renaming is pending. Okay. We don't have a significant traffic jam of electric trains yet, so apparently we still have enough electricity. We're storing our first own produced coal, and I guess that's a good time to end it. Seems like we've successfully set up our coal production line. And next time we can set up our brick production and hook that up into our distribution of construction materials. And then develop further towards the harbor area, where we hopefully will have a container ship. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will be raiding you forward to Project 7 if he's streaming. Let me take a quick look. Yes, he is. He's doing a Bob the Builder run, but in German. Hello D-Wiper, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry for ending the stream right now, but hope you enjoyed it. I will be raiding you forward. Hope to see you soon. Take care. All the best to everyone. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.